Today we're going to be building this jobs web app. If you're new here, hi, my name is Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in signing up for our bootcamp and learning how to code, potentially starting a career as a front-end web developer, check out that first link in the description below. But without further ado, let's hop into the challenge. All right, so yeah, we're going to be building this dev jobs web app. We have basically all of the data is already provided from Frontend Mentor, which is the site we got the design from. More on that in a second. But looking at the design itself, we're going to be building this in light mode and in dark mode. So if you zoom out a little bit, you can see that there's also a dark mode here. And so we want to be able to do that and then also potentially load additional jobs down here. I have to check the data, see if they gave us enough. And then also when you click into the job, we have this separate page here. So it's going to be a 2-page situation or a multiple component situation. And then, yeah, pretty straightforward. So let's hop into it. Let's see, take a look at the data. So I've gone ahead and spun up an app. I'm using Material UI, Next.js, TypeScript, this starter app that I built. I'll leave that link in the description below if you want to follow along exactly, but you can use any starter, any framework that you want to use to build this. And then also, as I said, this is one of the challenges from Frontend Mentor. This is one of their premium challenges, so you do have to have a subscription to access all the assets here. But I think it's definitely worth it if you can afford it. It's been one of the really helpful things in terms of making projects in my career as a front-end engineer. So yeah, I've got it spun up. It's just using really basic no styles kind of thing at the moment, but we're going to go ahead and implement a lot of those. The other thing I've done, I've gone ahead and installed Zustan for our state management. I don't know if we're going to decide to change that or work with something else, but just a heads up, I've gone ahead and installed that already, but we'll talk about how we're going to work with that in a minute. So first things first, I want to go ahead and take a look at all of our data and the app itself. So taking a look at the data they've provided to us, let's go right to the top here. Looks like each sort of listing, I guess you'd call it, has an ID, company name, has a logo, a logo background. So I guess it's an SVG, so there's something we have to work with there. There is position, when it was posted. Okay, cool. And just all of the information there. All right, cool. So yeah, it's a fair amount of data we have for each item, which is good. I mean, we'll be able to build out a really useful app. And I guess also these are going to go to the main page when we get there as well, to the individual position pages. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to start by just clearing out. I have a bunch of CSS reset styles, which you can totally keep in there if you want to. But because I'm not quite sure how we're going to be building this yet, I'm going to go ahead and clear those out and then re-implement those styles if we need to. So I'm just going to clean that up for the moment. And then what else do I want to do? I think I'm good for now. Another thing that I want to play around with, because we are doing the dark and the light mode, I do want to play around with potentially creating a second theme. So one really cool thing about using Material UI is that you can actually create these themes and use those sort of to style large sections of your project. So I might play around with doing a light theme and a dark theme here. So I think the first step I want to do is just sort of play around with it and see if I'm able to switch that on and off based on just toggling it. So taking a look at the page right now, we see that our H1 is just normal, nothing crazy about it. What I want to do is actually export this as a dark theme, and I want to create a second one called the light theme. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to say light, and then I'm going to say color is going to be red. And this is just to test to see if it's actually working. And so then where this theme is applied is actually in, I believe it's the layout file here. Yeah, so it's the layout file, and you see it's giving us an error because it doesn't see the theme there. I'm going to type in light theme and dark theme. Oops, dark theme. I'm just going to import those two. And so then using the theme, I want to just try it out and see if it works. So I'm going to say dark theme. It should stay the same because that's what we had originally. And then if I change it to light theme, light theme. Awesome, it changes to red. So we know that that actually works. And so now we can go ahead and sort of build out our individual themes in that theme file rather than trying to sort of implement them in every single component, which will be really cool. The way I'm thinking about implementing this overall for the entire app is in that that nav. When we have that toggle, that's what we're going to be using Zustan for. We'll actually be able to basically send a call and say, hey, turn it to light theme, turn it to dark theme, and then pull that in our layout file and say, hey, this is actually dark theme, this is actually light theme. So speaking of that, one thing we're gonna have to do is probably turn this into a client component. And I think we're gonna get a couple of errors in here because of that. So yeah, let's see. Take out the pieces here that will cause that not to work. Cool. All right, awesome. So that's now a client component, so we can use Zustan in there. So next thing we want to do, let's go ahead and start building it out. And we can start putting in our different light theme versus dark theme colors and things like that. Cool. Awesome. All right, yeah. So let's start with this top section here. It looks like this nav is the one thing that doesn't change regardless of theme. So that's a good thing to start with. Let me take a look at what assets they've given us and see if that influences how we build this out. We have logos. Oh, and the logos are for each company. Background, pattern detail, pattern header. I guess we'll start with trying to see what those look like. So I'm going to go ahead and create a components folder. So components, and then I'll create a new file. I'll call that header, or I'll call it nav. And then the other important thing to check is, yeah, the nav is the same for the individual pages, which is good. Cool. All right, so we have our nav. I'm going to start out with a box as usual. And this is definitely going to use client because this is where we're going to trigger our state swapping from. So looking at these assets, background pattern detail, background pattern header. Oh, sorry, this is the footer, this is the header. Okay, so yeah, I think we'll just grab this pathway then and use that. So we'll say copy relative path, and I'm going to put in an, no, I'm going to use this as a background image actually. And let me actually import it onto the page so we can see it. Okay, cool. So we're seeing it there. Looking pretty good. I need to clean up that margin that we have there. Good. All right, looking pretty good. And then this is going to be, let's say height is 10 view height. Looking pretty good. Oh, and it actually has a curve already in it. Let me make it 20 just so I can see what that looks like. Okay, interesting. Wonder what that extra line is down there. That's interesting. Oh, maybe it's the repeats. We'll say background repeat. No repeat. Yeah, and that got rid of it. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. I think that's pretty much what we're looking for. So we can go with that and we can adjust the size if we need to. But that looks pretty good. So we have that. And then within that, it looks like this whole thing is like basically within a container from what I can tell. So I think I'm going to use a container on each of the different components for this. I think that's probably the best way to go about it. Yeah, so let's start. I'm going to bring in a container here. Or I could, no, I can't make it a container. I have to bring the container in within. Cool. I'll say max width is going to be, let's go with a large for this one. Okay, cool. And then dev jobs, I think that should be, yeah, the logo. So we'll bring that in here. Alt equals logo. Okay. Good, looking good so far. And then the second piece we want here is this switch. I'm gonna actually go to Material UI and see if they have some sort of switch we can use. Because I think, yeah, that's what we want. By default, it's not checked, so we'll just do that. And I'll just drop in a switch here. Cool. And then we'll have, so that switch will be the trigger of whether or not we want it to be on or off. So that looks good. And I guess on the side we'll have, I wonder if we want to go ahead and install icons for this. Because I don't think icon. Oh no, sorry, we do. We don't actually need to go ahead and install icons. We already have them. So we have the sun and we have the moon. So we'll just copy that path. We'll say image. So we use that. Cool. We have those two. I'm just gonna wrap these in a box. Wrap these guys in a box so they're all together. Okay, cool. Looking pretty good. We'll just touch up the styles a little bit. So let's make this a flex box. Cool, looks pretty good. What else do we want to do? Oh, and then we want to add some margin. 45. I think the search might have to go in the nav as well. Does that show up on? Maybe not. Yeah, that might not go in the nav. That'll be a separate, that'll be the next component. So we'll leave that as it is. So we'll kind of push things up, or we'll just push them down. Maybe that's better. We'll say padding top 45 pixels. Yeah, cool. And that looks pretty good to me. I'm pretty content with that. Let's go ahead and set up the stand so that we can start working with our store and our styling. So I'm going to create another folder, call it store, efile store.ts. I'm going to borrow this. Okay. And so what we want to do with our store is we want to have let's say dark mode false. And then for the function, we just want to say toggle dark mode and set state needs the state type. I think there's a TypeScript guide. Yes. Right. Okay. Type is type store, and then we'll say dark mode is a Boolean. Use store. Oh, and then we'll say export const. Use store. Interest. Oh. Toggle dark mode. I wonder if I have to copy this exactly, would it work? Okay, so that worked. Ah, it's the create from Zusten. That's not working. Okay. Okay, what if I don't use create? Does it still work? Okay, we'll try it without the create, but if it doesn't work, we might have to do something else. Let's see. Actually, hold on, let me go back to that guide. Oh, okay, I could do that instead. Right, because we need the create. Okay, that's, yeah, because I think we do need the create, right? Create store state. So let's take out the state creator business. Let me borrow this. Okay, so it does work. All right, so I'm just missing pieces. So store state, set, okay, there needs to be, there we go. Okay, cool. So that seems to be all that we need to get the store up and running. We'll do that. Okay. All right, cool. So I think I'm going to go forward with that, and then we'll just change what we need to change. So we'll say const dark mode equals use store. We don't export it. Use store. State dot dark mode. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to export this. Okay, good. Yeah, it's logging false. So we're getting the right value. Awesome. So yeah, you did have to export in the other one. Just a good thing to know when you're doing it for yourself. So we have our initial value there. So it'll be switch. I'm looking at switch. I want to look at the switch API. Okay, so checked. Checked. How do we want to set that? We'll say on click or on change. I guess on change. On change, and we'll say const toggle dark mode equals use store state. Just make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, state dot toggle dark mode, and then we'll say on change toggle dark mode and pass in dark mode. Oh, and I need to tell that it's going to take in. Say mode. Or I guess it doesn't actually need, yeah, it doesn't matter what it is. So we can just call toggle dark mode. Yeah, that should work. And then we'll say console.log dark mode. Okay. True, false. Amazing. Perfect. All right, so yeah, we don't actually need dark mode in this component. We're good. So we have that set. So the next thing we want to do now is on our layout, in our layout page. This is where we want to grab our dark mode. So we'll say const dark mode equals use store state dot dark mode, and we'll say dark mode. If yes, show dark theme. Dark theme. If no, show the light theme. And so that'll allow us to do our dark mode swapping back and forth pretty easily. Cool. So that's that. And we can't tell you because we don't have anything on the page. So let's add some stuff to the page and see if it actually works. What changes? Okay, we can build this this filter search. What do you want to call it? Let's call it the filter. Oops. And what's it gonna do? So when it's gonna search for the company's name, filter by location. And then whether or not it's full-time only. Did they give us that in the data, whether or not it's full-time only? Okay, contract full-time. Okay, cool. So we'll start with a box. And then it's going to be, I believe, a text field. I'm going to make it a client component as well. And then what else? We have, what is this really going to be? Filter? Is it going to be a text field? Or is it going to give them options? Let me see. Because there's only a limited list of options. I think. Actually, no, there are a lot of options. Maybe it'll be another text field. All right, we'll have 2 text fields for the moment, and then we'll change if we need to be. 2 text fields, a checkbox. Okay, and that's going to be the filter. And we'll put the filter on the page. So we'll say filter. Okay. Cool, so we have our filter. Awesome. Next thing I want to do here, I'm actually just going to wrap everything here in a container. So we'll say container. We'll say max width equals large as well. And that way, yeah, it's all in line there. Okay, so we have those three elements. Do some styling. Oh yeah, do we have that little magnifying glass in those pieces? No, we don't. Oh, we have the location. Okay, maybe we do. Let me try that. So we'll say, I might do a style text field or a custom. Oh, we'll say image. Oops. Source equals. Okay, cool. Got one. And then we have the location. Cool. Okay. And then really it's like in one big box with a white background. So say background. We'll say border radius 0.5 rem. And what else do we need? I guess we don't want to like separate them, so we'll do. I'll wrap these in boxes. That's what I'll do. Actually, I can just do it on this one. Whatever line that is. Good. Although I don't think that's the right color. Do the same thing. Oops, border right. Okay. And they're barely, I think I can see them. Barely there. And then oh, there's a little typography element next to the text box. We'll say typography. Say full time only. Okay. Two classes. No, that's not quite what we want. All right, we'll worry about that in a second. Go back and make these flex boxes again. And then we want to remove that border from the text field, so we'll say filled outline standard. Let's see how it looks. Let's say variant is filled. Okay. Nope, still hard to target. Let's see if we can target it in the theme. Oh, we have the primer. Newly button base. Yeah, so it's components we want to target. We input base, is that what we want? Yeah. It might not let us do what we want to do here. Because I was thinking I would just set the color from here, and then be good to go. But I don't think that's going to be the case. So I think I'm going to actually end up having to do a bit more customization outside of Material UI, which is fine. I'm going to change this to an input. Just work with a regular old input element. Yeah, they're closed. Good. Then we can style it to our heart's content. Border. None. Border none. Perfect. I think we do placeholder, right? Good. And then I'll just borrow that for this one down here. Much easier. And we'll take out that placeholder. It's going to be, or change to this. Good. Perfect. All right. So then for this flex box, I want it to be flex 0.5. See, cool. Takes up a little bit of space. Maybe I make this 0.5 because really the input I want to be bigger. Display flex, align item center. Back here, container. Gonna add in a background color here. And I'm gonna have to do something without with the dark mode and the light mode, but I just want to be able to see, okay, what we're working with here. Okay. Okay, there we go. I was like, why is it so small? Okay. Okay, that looks good. And then the search button, let's style that up. It's actually going to be a reused button, so let's create a custom button. new file, custom button. It's going to take in the title. And I'm going to make it a client component as well. And then we're going to say the background color is this. The color is this. Cool. And the padding is that. The border radius is 0.5. Okay. So we'll use that custom button instead. So we're going to say okay. Awesome, that looks a lot better. Let's do a couple more things. Say text transform, none, and font weight 600. Cool, and that looks pretty good. Looking at the filter now. That looks good. We'll wrap these two in a box. Cool. Not bad. And then these boxes will add a little more. Oops. Oh no, it's the padding. Maybe I just want to add it to the image itself. Yeah, I'll do that. Put that there. That looks pretty good. I'm pretty content with that. So we'll go with that for now. So we have the search, the filter. The next piece we need, well, we have to like sort of sort out the filter, but we also want to just display everything. So let's go ahead and create this like job card and then go from there. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna build it out in light mode, and then we can swap over and add in the dark mode after. Okay. Okay, so the source, so this is gonna take in some props. So image, it's gonna take in, let's look at our data, because our data will tell us what we need to know. All right, so it's gonna take in logo, oops, logo background, company, I think that's what we need for the card. The rest is for the actual page itself. So I'll take all of these. Got the props. And then, so the source is going to be image. Alt can be company. And these are going to be pretty uniform. 50 by 50. Okay. So we have, oh sorry, image, logo. All right, so we have that. I think we're probably going to need to do something with the logo background. I'm guessing these don't have a background. But we'll get to that in a second. So we have the image, and then within the box itself, because I feel like the image is going to be absolutely placed on the outside of the box, like, or relative to the inside of the box. Maybe there's some space for it there. Okay. We'll say padding 2 rem. Then we'll have and this is going to be posted at. That's going to be contract. I'm going to wrap these two in a box so they appear next to one another. Then we'll have the title. Company, and then the location. And that's going to be that color. So I guess we can do some styling here now. So for the H2, it's going to be font weight 600, font size 1.5 rem, and this is the color. Oops. The H3 is which one now? It's the company. Actually, I don't think that's an H3. I think that's just another body one. Maybe this is an H3. H3 is going to be Or this might be a body too. So body 1 is this. And body 2 is going to be this, 14. Cool. And that should work. So now let's actually show them on the page. All right, so close some of these. Let's go to, we don't actually have a component, so we'll say new file. We'll say jobs. And then jobs, we're going to say import data from okay, I've got the data. Max width, large, and then we'll say data.map each job. I'll go ahead and return job card. Okay, cool. Nice. So now we have all our jobs. Perfect. I mean, not quite perfect, but you know, not too bad. All right, so the next thing we want to do now is turn this into a flex box. Have it wrap. And then for the box, display flex, direction should be column. Oh yeah, I should set the size of the text. That's probably part of the issue. Body 1, body 2, body 3. Each one. Why is that so big? There we go. And then it should be 3. say. Okay, so we have that. And then, oh yeah, I need to set the background color. Okay. Mm-hmm. They have that. Oh, they made it tiny. Interesting. Okay, we can touch that up. Okay, that looks about right. Okay. Good. We'll go with that for now. Now why is that pushed all the way down? Oh, it's because the there's not enough space, I guess. I can make them taller. Now, why does making them taller? Oh, that was the width. That's fine. I can make them taller. There we go. Okay, cool. Awesome. Looking a lot better. Cool. So I think we have our job card fairly sorted. I mean, there are things we can add in to sort of clean up the style a little bit. But for the most part, I think we're looking pretty good. we go. Good. Good. Okay, cool. So we have that. The next thing we want to do now is actually be able to filter from them, show the page on click, and search. So I guess when we click on the whole thing, we want to actually just bring up the page with the job information. Okay, so then I think what we want to do is actually, what we want to do in that case is maybe add jobs to the state. Yeah, I think that might be a good idea. And then we'll have our job page. So we'll create a new file. We'll say job page. And that's going to be this page over here. And I think I'm going to do one more thing. I think I'm going to make a types folder. I'm just going to make this a type. Okay, so that's the job type. And so for job card, it's going to take in a job of the job type, job, and then we're going to say const all of those things equals job. Perfect. So then we don't need to type it all out. Oh, no, that didn't work. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. All right, so we have the job card. We need the job page. So job page is going to take in all of this. So we're going to take in all of those, and then here now, we want to go ahead and display that. So let's make a box. And within the box, we're going to show the logo, the company name and sites. We'll say image. Company. Height. Style equals background color is going to be logo background. Save that. Oops, back. Okay, and then we'll have the company, and then we'll have the website. And then I guess that's some sort of button on the other side that says company site. That'd be a button. I think I can take custom button and then I'll just change the color. Okay. And then I'm going to wrap these two together. And I'm going to wrap these two together. I'm going to say justify content, space between. And then now on this part of the page, this is where it gets interesting. This is where we need to display all of the information. So we're going to have another box. And also we need to say that the background color is going to be white. Okay. And then we kind of want to copy some of the styles from the card, I think. So for instance, this section here, we can borrow that, because that'll be the top there. Then we want the title. This is probably going to be our H1. 28 and bold. So add that to our styles. Oops, this color. Okay. And then we'll borrow that, look here, it's not really that much of a lift, but just borrow that. And then all of that text, all of this text is going to be on one side, and we're gonna have another custom button on the other side with a title of, I think it was apply now. Yep. Cool. And so then this first section also, sorry, is going to be in a box. So then below that now we're going to have this description. So that's going to be that is going to be from our data description. Okay, yeah. So we'll say description. Cool. And then we'll have let's say requirements. All right, so requirements, and then we're gonna show that. So we'll say in another typography element, it's gonna be the requirements.content. Variant is going to be body 1. Then we'll have a few. Then we'll say requirements dot items dot map for each item. We'll return a list item. Typography element with the item, and the variant will equal body 1, and we'll pass in the index, and the key will be the index. Cool. So we have that, and then we have what will you do, which is basically this. Oops. This, but this. What you will do, we'll say role content and role.items.map, and that should be pretty much it. And there's another CT at the bottom there, but I think that's the footer that we have to work on. Yeah, that's the footer, so we'll do that separately. All right, cool. So that looks pretty good. Let's see if we can actually display one of these. So what I'm thinking is that we add a job to the state, and we set that as the selected job, and we pass all that information in. So when you click on the card, you pass in the job data and then set that to be the selected job, and then that on click we reveal the job page. That's what I'm thinking. Could also use like a router system as well. That could also work. But let's see what makes sense. So if we go to the store, we have dark mode and we have selected job, just an object. Oh no, there we go. Now we can use our job type. All right, select the job. Okay. We'll say select set selected job. Selected job is going to be with the job type. All right, so I think that should work. Let's try it. So the job card now, we have to say on click. I should probably turn this into a button. So on click, we want to say const set selected job equals use store state dot set selected job. So on click, set selected job to be everything we have here. And then job page, we'll say const selected job equals use store. We'll say state dot selected job. We'll say if. All right, so we want to say if selected job equals undefined, return null, else return that, right? And so that should work. Except we're setting the selected job. And then on the page, we need to set whether or not we're actually showing it, right? So we want to say const show jobs, set show jobs equals use state, true, right? Make this a client component. And really, at this point, it's probably better to use the router, but we're going to try and do it this way. And we'll say show jobs. If yes, show jobs, else show job page. And it's actually not gonna take in the job, right? Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't actually need to take any of these as prompts. Oh, no. It's- Okay, there we go. Good. Yeah, because if I move this below, then it's going to be undefined. But if we do the check above, then it will assume that it's correct. So I think that should work. If I go to the store, if I go to the page, sorry, it says I need to pass in set show jobs. That's the last step. Set show jobs, set show jobs, then go to jobs. on click, set selected job, set show jobs to be true. Okay, cool. So I think that should work. So if I click on one of these, it's not showing the job. On click. Let's see what we're missing. So it's at console.log. Selected job equals use store state dot selected job. Let's see if that works. Refresh the page. Click. Oh, I'm silly. But no, that shouldn't have anything to do with it. If selected job dot ID equals 0, return null. Okay, so maybe I should change this to a button. Okay, so that did something there. Oh, and you know what it is? I need to probably prevent default. Okay. Okay, there we go. Looking a lot better. Alright, I think what we're gonna have to do is install React Router for this one. I think. 'Cause I'm not seeing a straightforward way. Let's install React Router. Or whichever router you want to use. Let's install it. And then we'll wrap the app in a router. Oops. Okay. Then we'll say, could, sorry, I'm here installing React Router. Next.js has its own routing system. App router, right? So right, we can just use the router. Yeah, we haven't had to use it in any of the challenges so far. I completely forgot about it. All right, so let's do that. Yeah, we'll say router.push. We'll say a new folder. We'll say job. I don't know if we do need a layout.tsx, but I'm pretty sure we need a page.tsx. Const job. Then we're just going to return probably could have just put job page here. In fact, that probably would have made more sense. So then we want to say, how do we do the dynamic routes? Yep. Whatever I'll say. Yep, I'm gonna move job. All right, so let's try this link situation. I'm gonna go back to job card, and we're actually just gonna wrap. I'm gonna change this back to a box. Remove all these. I'm gonna wrap it in a link. All right, and then it's gonna say href equals /job/1. I'm gonna save that. Okay. Click that. So it should go to /job/1. Let me take a look at prevent defaults. No, still not doing it. All right, let's try. Let's move these two into job. Yep. Let me delete the layout file as well. Let's see. Okay, so at least it got to job/1, so that's good. Let's see what we need to do here to make it work now. I wonder if I just copy this file. Oops, copy this file. Oh no, I want to go to job/job. Okay, so it's a page. It's a page, it's just not working. All right, let's create a new folder. Say ID, say page, that to there. We'll say /job/1. Okay, we get the page again. So the routing itself is working. We just need to use the params to grab the right job. All right, that we can do. So for the job page, okay, good. So we're showing that. What we need to do now is grab the data. So we'll say there we go. Perfect. All right, so we're grabbing the data. It is showing up. Awesome. Let's just finish up styling, and then I think we should be good to go as far as the routing goes. All right, so got you. Okay, got you. Job page. Oh, no, that's not what I want to do. There's a space. I want to add it. Oh, no, it's there. Ah, this needs a box. Good. Get some padding. Oh no, that part's not supposed to be separate at all. Okay. Yeah, that is supposed to be separate from that. Okay, so that was right. So I don't want the margin there. It's right for it to be there. Okay. And we'll add some padding there. Good. And then this should be display flex. Oh, that's why this isn't supposed to have padding. The inner bit needs to have padding. And then this, the image, yeah, that can have padding. Oops. There we go. Good. And then we'll make the custom button. We'll give it a max height. I wonder why that doesn't center itself. Oh, my bad. And it's giving me an error because I haven't requested to put in SX props. Okay, good. Good, and then we'll change the color. Nope, that's not it. That's the color. And then the text color will be this. Okay. Not looking too bad. Then in this bottom section now, we have contract position location, then apply now. So we have this box, which should be display flex. Space between. Okay, good. That part's looking good. And then get rid of this padding. Oh no. Good. And then we'll say just add this in for a few of the description. false. We're just making them list items. Okay, awesome. So we have the page, we have the search. One thing I want to do with the nav actually is make it a nav, make the logo a nav link. So we'll say link. href equals slash home. So we click here, takes us back home. Okay, cool. And then the final thing we want to do is actually filter through all of these options. So we want to only display the options that are relevant to our search. So how should we search this data? I think we should probably limit the search to certain fields. Let me close a few of these. We don't really need all of them. We need the filter, and we need the jobs. And we need the page that comes from. I don't think we need this anymore because it's not doing anything. Well, I'm going to actually pass it something in a second, so let's change that to const filter, set filter. Okay. No, not here. Oh my goodness. In the filter. And then we pass in the filter here. Set filter to e dot target dot value. Oh, jeez. Okay. I just want a console.log filter. Okay, cool. So the filter is working. Now what we want to do is say data is an array. So we want to decide what we're looking for within data. I think maybe we just look at description. I think we filter on the description. So let's say data dot for each job if job dot description contains includes filter and then I'm going to say const filtered jobs is an empty array if filter does not equals that and job.description includes filter, we want to filter jobs dot push that job. And then we'll say filtered jobs dot length no, how we want to do this? We want to say filter jobs we'll say if filter does not equal that and job descriptions. If filter does not equal that, if job description includes filter jobs dot push. Data. Push data. Okay, that looks good. So then we can just go back to that. Okay. Refresh, see if that works. No. Maybe I should try with a setter. But I think that didn't work last time. Let's try it. Set const filter jobs, set filtered jobs, use state. We started off with data. if job.description includes filter, filtered, set filtered jobs. If filter does not equals, let's do it on the outside. Okay. If filter does not equals that, set filter jobs to be an empty array. There we go. That's it. And then if job description includes filter, filter jobs, that push job. There we go. All right, so then now if I test for scoot, oh, no, all right, that did not work. Okay, so we got all 15 jobs. If I type in the letter A, we have no jobs. We get all these warnings about the keys. All right. Okay, now we have 60 jobs. My goodness. All right, so now it's because it's looping through it too many times. But then it's not displaying any of them. So we know we're getting the filter correctly. We know we're getting the correct string. All right. So this is when we console.log filter. It's still correct. Right. Okay. So that's right. Includes filter. How we just console.log job. All right, so get rid of filter. We know filter works. All right, so all of them include an S. All of them include an S. What about an SC? Okay, then we only get one that has that in the description, which is interesting because based on the data, Scoot should have that. What if I typed in a capital SC? So capital S, clear that. Oh, okay, so it's not, it's case sensitive. Dot description dot to lower case. Okay, so now let's try that again. Let's try S. C. Oh no, that does not work at all. All right, we'll skip that lowercase thing then. All right. Now we're saying const lowercase description equals job dot description dot to lowercase. Okay, there we go. Cool, now we're getting it. All right, so we got the lowercase descriptions. So getting the right jobs. Filter jobs dot push. If we do filter jobs dot push jobs, what happens? Filter open filter jobs. No, that's got infinite loop. Okay. There we go. Nope, that's not working. Oh, gotta take that out. All right, so now it's working, but it's just not. Ah, it's just adding them to the end. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. But that's interesting. Why is it not? Yeah, on 20 or 19. Oh no, on 20, on 20. It should set it to be nothing. Yeah, on 20 it should set it to be nothing. Filter does not equal that. Set filter jobs. Interesting. And also it's not clearing it. What if I just call that every time? Okay, there. Oh, no, did not work. Interesting. So actually, let me see if I make this a separate thing. So it's const filter jobs. Let's say oh, no. The const temp array temp filtered jobs equals an array, and then we'll map over the data. Oops, map over the data. Push job. Yeah, I think this is the better way to go about it. And then we'll set filtered jobs. Oops. Filtered jobs to be temp filtered jobs. And then instead we'll say filter jobs. If the filter changes, and then this can start off as data. Let's try that. Yes. Okay. This is something I did in the other video, and I should have just remembered that I did this. Okay, cool. So basically, yeah, that's how we're going to filter the jobs. We'll just do a little search here. Scoot or Haskell. Oh, maybe it's not in the description there. I think every company should have their name in the description. But yeah. All right. If we did want it, I don't want to drag this on so much longer than it needs to be, but I do want to show you guys how I would implement the theme changes. So I'm just going to do a quick thing with the font here. So if I was going to implement the theme changes using our theme switcher that we installed in the beginning, what I do, I just first go through and get all the font colors. So senior software engineer, which is, I believe, this one. Let me grab the job card. Yeah, it's H2. So in the dark theme, it's going to be light. Oops. These are going to be that color. Okay, that stays the same. Awesome. All that stays the same. The background changes. And the thing is, in the job card now, because we put it in state, we can just grab it from the state. So we can say dark mode. We can just say dark mode. And so for the box, if dark mode is true, dark mode, then the background color is this. Otherwise, it's not. Yeah. Okay, cool. And then we can do the same thing. We might have trouble doing it with the global here. What if I set the... I think I'll have to set it here. So if I go, instead of setting the background color here, I'm gonna set it on the layout file. No, it's not taking. Okay. Oh, maybe because I spelled it wrong. Yep, there we go. Cool, it's taking. So then, yeah, for dark mode now, we can just say background color is... if it'll let us pick it. Alright, that color. Say dark mode or light mode. Dark mode. Oops. Or light mode. Awesome. Nice. Awesome. Cool. So yeah, I think we have a pretty solid design here. Like, it's looking pretty good right now. Again, you could keep customizing it and really tweak the dark mode, but we were able to filter by the name of the place. You could add in the location filter as well. You could add that as like a secondary filter. You could combine filters together. You could do the full-time only check on and off. So there's definitely room to expand on this. I don't want this video to be like 6 hours long, but it is a more complex project, so you do get a little bit longer video time with that. Today, we're going to be building this rock, paper, scissors game. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and potentially starting a career as a front-end web developer, check out that first link in the description below. But without further ado, let's hop into day 29 of the coding challenge. Alright, so as you can see, it's a pretty straightforward rock, paper, scissors game if you ever played. There actually is some rules too, so we can show those later. Basically, what you're going to do is you'll pick one of the three, rock, paper, scissors, and then we'll surface which one you picked, and then the computer's going to be the other player. And so it's going to say the house picked, and then it'll show which one the computer picked. And then we're going to tally the score up in the top here, so we'll have a running total of how many times you've won, essentially, against the computer. And then, as I said, we'll have the rules as like a little pop-up modal at the bottom there. So pretty cool, pretty straightforward sort of game, but definitely gives us a lot of design challenges and things to work with. So let's hop into the project. So I've gone ahead and split up the app. This is using my Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript starter, using the app router that Next.js has. And then the design is from Frontend Mentor. This is actually one of their free designs, so definitely take advantage of it if you'd like to sort of build a game. It is one of the more advanced designs, so it definitely would look good on your portfolio. So to get started, I've gone ahead and brought in the images that they've provided to us. So they have rock, paper, scissors, you know, the different images that we need. And then, but the rest we'll have to build out ourselves. So I want to go ahead and first start by clearing out the styles here. These are just reset styles that I put in the starter. You can use them or not use them. And then or probably that I left in the starter. But yeah, you use them or don't use them, up to you. And then, yeah, this is our home page. So I think what I want to do is I want to figure out the logic of this as well as the design. I think the first thing I want to do is, let me start a new folder called components. And I'm going to have to create a custom button. And then maybe these different views, or just we'll switch what shows up depending on, yeah, which one you click. All right, so first things first, let's create the button. So I'll say new file, button, custom button. And you can call this anything, but I'm just thinking like these are all buttons. And so that's what we're gonna have as our rock, paper, or our scissors. So it looks like, yeah, there's just this outline, this colorful outline, and then, yeah, a little bit of shadow. And again, we don't have to be pixel perfect, but we want to try and get as close to the design as possible. I'm also going to create a new folder with the data, new file, data.json. And we're just going to quickly make our buttons. So we're going to say, what should we call it? Rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to call it selection. Probably, again, choose whatever name you want to use. We're going to say rock. I'm going to give rock the ID. I don't know if we'll need an ID, but I do like to give the ID just in case we do need it. And then I want to also give it the color, because we're going to have the, these colors are going to be specific. Actually, this, well, okay, we'll do paper first. I think it's this blue. That looks about right. And this is going to be the blue. So this is paper. And I'm just creating this little array of data so that when I loop through the buttons, it's a little bit easier. But totally not necessary. And I could also probably hard code it. We'll see. 3. I might end up actually having to hard code it now that I'm looking at it. We'll figure that out. All right, cool. So we have rock there. With the button now, the button is going to take in, it's going to take in the image. Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing. I need the image. Image. And then we'll say, oops. Not what I was trying to do there. Paper. Copy relevant path. Cool. So it's going to take in the image, which will be a string. It's going to take in the color, which will also be a string. I think that's it for the moment, because the name actually doesn't really matter to us at this time. It might though. We might need to bring it into the button. All right, cool. So then this now is going to start off as a button. We'll style out a material UI button. And then the color, the border is going to be probably like 6 pixels or more solid. And then color, probably like 20 pixels. So the border, the border radius is going to be like 50 around. We're trying to make it a circle here. And then on the inside, we're going to have the image. Source equals image, alt equals, I guess we could take in the name. That would be a good accessibility feature. Alt will be the name. And then height, let's try 50, width, just putting in random numbers at this point. And then we can be specific after. And then on the home page now, I want to say import data from slash data.json. We'll say data.map page button. And I don't think the map's going to work actually because I do need to place them specifically, but maybe that's another field we could pass to it. Let's say the key will be the ID, button.id. Oh, and it's going to ask for color string. Oh, it's not name. It's okay. I'll just change this to name. Actually, that's a better word. Name, and then ID. Oh, okay. It doesn't need the ID. Perfect. Okay, so then awesome. Not too bad considering this is a really rough mock-up. I think we're gonna make them a little bit bigger. 100 by 100. I guess the actual, maybe these are 75 by 75, but this is closer to height equals, let's go 200 pixels by 200 pixels, width, oops, not equals, 200 pixels, save that, okay. Yeah, not looking too bad. I think probably need to make this, as I said, like closer to 20. Looks pretty good. And then, yeah, we'll start off with that. As I said, I kind of want to get the logic right before we get too deep into the styling. So we have rock, we have paper, we have scissors. Now, what we want to happen is on click of the rock, paper, or scissors, we want to save that response. And then we want to do some sort of random call for the computer, and then if the two match, it's a tie. If rock, then we have to do the logic. So I think what we want to start, I think probably in this home page. We'll say use client because we're about to be using a lot of state here, and we want to say const user selection, set user selection, use state, we'll start with null, and then import from React, and then const computer selection, set computer selection, use state, null. All right, and so we'll pass in set user selection, set user selection, and then we'll say on click selection to be, I'm going to pass it name. I think we'll use that. Or I can do ID. It doesn't really matter, but we're going to do name for now. So set user selection to name. Okay, so then it's not going to be any. It's going to be a string. Oh, and it's going to give me an issue there. We're going to take this to be string or null. And this is a TypeScript thing. Again, if you're not doing TypeScript, you don't have to do a lot of the stuff I'm doing here in terms of the typing. Okay, so set user selection. And then we want to get the computer. So say const get computer selection. So out of, I guess it's good we made data an object. So out of the data, we basically want to choose a random one. So I think, I looked this up earlier, you can do math.random. So you want to get a random, this is basically the actual function we want. We want to get a random number. Actually, I'm going to just copy this because that's pretty much exactly what we need to do. So we need to get a random number. Const get a random int. right? And then max is a number. Whoops, number. And I might move some of these into a utils function depending on how crowded this, or utils file, sorry, depending on how crowded this gets. But basically what we want to do is say const index equals get random int, and it will be 3. So yeah, 0, 1, or 2. Ooh, should we 0, 1, or 2? Let's, so it's going to give us an index. Okay, keep going. I might just add 1 to whatever the answer is. And then we want to set computer selection to be data index. I think data index dot name. Sorry, data index dot name. There we go. And I think that is going to be how that works. So we get the computer selection, and then we say in a use effect, I think we want to call this when the user selection changes, we want to say set timeout. So this is going to basically give us a few seconds. And then, yeah, so we want to call get computer selection and then wait like 500 milliseconds or whatever. And then I want to just console.log user selection, and I want to console log computer selection. Yeah, I want to see if that works before we get too far into this. Okay, so refresh. Why is it giving rock already? Okay. Or maybe, okay, so it's automatically calling. This doesn't really matter, but, because I could just like fake, like it could have a choice already. I could just fake showing the choice. Also, I want to make sure it changes. So right now it's rock. Okay, it's scissors. Okay, so that would be a tie. Okay, cool. It does. Scissors. Rock. Why haven't we gotten paper? Paper was my choice. Oh, because I put +1, because I am being silly. Because I was trying to do it by ID. There we go. Okay, so now we're getting paper. Oh, we got paper and then we got scissors. Interesting. All right. Yeah, so what I'm saying is I could actually just call this in a set timeout after the user clicks. After the user clicks the custom button. I could then call get computer selection. So I could do that. I could say get computer selection. And then in the custom button, I say get computer selection. So get computer selection, and then let's say set timeout. Get computer selection, and then we'll say 1,000 milliseconds, which is just 1 second. Get rid of that, And then now it should just call when, all right, so yeah, nothing, then I call that. Oh, it doesn't call. Let's try that. I just want to make sure it's actually changing. Ooh, no, okay, all right, maybe we'll go back to the other way. Because I do really just want to make sure it calls. All right, so we'll leave it at that. We won't optimize and do all that right now. We might do this later. Okay. So we have our computer selection and our user selection. And then I think the last function we need is to declare the winner, right? So we say const declare winner. And so basically, there are a few scenarios that we have. So rock beats scissors. Scissors beats paper. Paper beats rock. All right, those are the scenarios. So we want to take in the user choice and the, I guess we don't need to make it a variable. We can just say so basically what I'm thinking, like there are two steps to this. It's declaring which one won over which one, and then which user it belonged to. Okay, so we could do, maybe we could do a switch statement. Expression specifies. So we can do switch case case whatever it is, choice break. Okay. So we have the user selection, computer selection. Switch. I'm gonna say const user selection, comma computer selection. Can we do that? No. Okay. Basically, we want to compare these two first. So we'll say if user selection equals rock and computer selection equals, I was trying to optimize it, but this might be the fastest way to do it. Scissors. Console log, user wins. Because this is going to result in like 6 different cases, which is not ideal. Else if scissors. Oh yeah, it's Actually, this one is easier. If user selection equals computer selection, we can just say it's a tie. Actually, I'm sure there's something I could do with the IDs here. Selection, and I think that should probably be our last. Else if, we'll say else if user selection equals scissors, and computer selection equals paper. Console.log. Oops. User wins. Else if user selection equals paper, and computer selection equals rock. Console.log. User wins. Right. Else I think that's right. So these are all the scenarios in which the user could win. If the selection is rock and the computer selection is scissors. If the user selection is paper and the computer selection is paper. If the user selection is paper, and it's rock. Those are the three scenarios in which the user wins. If it's rock and it is paper, they lose. If it's rock, yeah, and that's the only other choice. If it's scissors and it's rock, they lose. If it's paper and it's scissors, they lose. That makes sense. So we basically say all of these scenarios the user will win. If they are equal, it's a tie. Otherwise, the computer wins. So I think that's not bad. That's not bad in terms of logic. I was trying to optimize it, but I think that's pretty much as good as we're gonna get right now. But if you have a better solution, put yours. Use yours in your scenario. So yeah, let's see if this works. Refresh. Okay, so it's prematurely calling it's a tie. So I hit paper. Oh, computer chose scissors. Okay. And then now I know. Okay, got you. Okay, cool. So that works. The logic is working correctly. Good. So we then want at the end of I wonder if I should pass declare a winner to. Oh, and then let's set the points. Const user points. Set user points equals use state 0. And then that would be something we do here. We'll say set user points to user points +1 in these three scenarios. Okay, so those are the three scenarios in which the user gets more points. And then let me look at the design one more time. So that oh, and then you hit a play again button. That's the important thing there. And then on hitting the play again button, you reset everything. Okay, so let's do two things. Let's set the background so we can actually see, because I'm going to make some of these white elements. Radial gradient. Okay, let's try that. Radial gradient. Okay. Borrow this. I'm going to go ahead and set the background to that. Body, HTML, background color, radial, oops, pass that in, and then, and this will be the other one, save that, and then we'll say background, background repeat, no repeat, good, and then we'll say the page, height, 100 view. Okay, good. And then overflow hidden. Good. Okay, great. So we have that. Touch up the styling on the button a little bit. So we'll say that. We'll say background color is going to be white, I'm assuming. Say white for now. Great. So we have that. And then we need a couple of different components. We'll say new file. New file header. Is there like a logo? There is a logo. Okay. So we'll say turn this into a box. And we'll say the border. I have a feeling it's this color. And border radius, maybe 1 rem. And then we'll have the logo. Copy relative path. And then alt equals logo, height 200, width 200. And then we'll have, this is going to take in points. What do we call it? User points. And this is going to be right here, and that's going to be a box. Save that. And then we'll have 2 typography elements. So we'll say typography, let's say score, and then we'll have the actual score. User points. I'll say display flex direction column, justify content center, padding 1 rem, border radius 1 rem, 2 rem. Color is going to be this color, and the color of that is going to be this color. Oh, nope, didn't grab all of it. There we go. There we go. Okay, cool. This one here, this is going to be a flex box. Flex. Justify content, space between. You also need a little bit of margin, or padding, padding. 1.5 rem. And yeah, let's try that. Let's put this on the page. And oops, user Can I do that? No, okay. User points. Cool. All right, that doesn't look too bad. Pretty close. I think I'm gonna wrap this whole thing in a container instead. I'm gonna say max width equals large. Oops, large. Not too bad. I think we can probably make the logo a little wider. Maybe 300, 100. Cool, looks pretty good. And then I'm gonna say cool, looks pretty good. And I guess we might, I might just make this into a thing. So instead of doing that, I might do custom button data 0, data 0, ID. What was that first one? Oh. Which is a little bit annoying, just because then if I have to make any change, I have to do it individually. But I think it's going to allow me to style it better. Why are there 4 of them? Okay, there we go. Good. I was wondering. I was like, why? Where did the extra one come from? All right, so we have those 3. I'm going to put them in a box, of course. Oh, and I got rid of box, and I was like, where's the box? Okay, put it in a box. I wonder if that triangle, there is a triangle. Oh, okay, cool. So background image is URL, oops, URL. Okay, good. Background, repeat, no repeat, good. Want to align, center align. Header width %. Page for this one, I will say width 70%. We'll say, all right, how's okay. And then background position. Okay. Ooh, why did it disappear? It's like there, but it's not there. Height. Okay, getting there. Good, getting there. I think we're gonna have to pass in SX props. Okay. Good. And then we're gonna just make this a little slimmer. Nice. All right, that's pretty close. I'm pretty content with that. We can make it a little slimmer. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. All right, cool. So we have our rock, paper, scissors. All right, that's just the first hurdle. So this is just how we click it. So once we click it now, we need something to change. So on click, we want this now to show up. You picked and the house picked. All right, so I think what we should do is maybe have different slides. New file will say step 1, and then we'll show this. What else do we need? Oh, yeah, the data. Do we want pass data? We definitely need to pass set user selection. Do we want to pass data? Yeah, we can just pass data. Okay, and then here we'll say, oops, step 1, data equals data, set user selection equals set user selection. Cool, so that should look perfect. Looks exactly the same. Refresh, yeah, looks exactly the same. Cool. So we have that. So that's step 1. New file. Say step 2. So for step 2, we want it to be this. You picked and the house picked. Okay, so we'll say, just create a little typography element there. Typography. Say you picked, and it's going to be color is, all right, and then and it was 24 pixels bold. All right, 24 pixels bold. You picked, the house picked, the house picked. I'm gonna wrap these two in a box. oops, justify content, space between, flex, direction column. And then in the second box, we're gonna have the choice. So we need to say step 2, we need to say, all right, user selection equals null. Step 1, right? Step 2, selection does not equals null. Then we show step 2, right? So when the user has no choice, we show step 1, then we show step 2, and then we're going to pass in user selection. And then we're going to take that in. Oops. And that is going to be a string. Oops, string. And then what we're going to do, we're going to say const user choice equals data dot filter for the choice, where the choice dot name equals the user selection. We're going to import data from data.json. Okay, cool. And then we're going to bring in a custom button. Probably should have named that better, but anyway, custom button, and the pass in data. Set use. Oh yeah, so we need to make that optional. And this is an optional thing now. On click if if set user selection. Great. Step 2, where we have set image color name. Oh, sorry, not data. User choice. No. Okay, we'll just type it out then. All right, image color name. So image equals user choice dot image. Oh, no. Right. No, okay. Dot find. Okay, cool. That's an image, name. Color. Color. Okay, cool. So we have that there. What else? What else? Oh, right. So we have the first box, which is the custom button. Then the second is just a box. Oopsies. box. And then we'll say, oops, I broke something. All right, let's go back. We'll have a box, it's gonna be self-closing. And we'll say the background color is going to be this. What color is that? Or do we get an image? I don't think we get an image. Yeah, it's just going to be whatever color that is, which I suspect is the second color here. Could be wrong though. Background color, border, radius, 50 rem, height. What? This will be the same height as the button. Height and width 200. Pixels, save that. And so we have this, we'll say display flex, and then justify content space between. All right, so let's try that out. So we have this, click that. Okay, awesome, you picked the house pick, perfect. Let's make it a little bit wider. Width, width 100%. Okay, maybe not, maybe 50%. All right, and then we'll say margin top 5 rem. Great. And then we'll say margin bottom 2 rem. Great. You picked, the house picked. Something to that effect. And then now, this is why I wanted the computer selection to come after, because now it's going to be a little bit weird. All right, so how do we determine we could, I'm thinking, we could have a set timeout and then just pass that to, if we pass in the computer selection, all right? Computer selection into step 2. All right, and then timeout. $5,000. And then you could say const show show results, set show results, and then yeah, we'll turn this. So we'll say set show results to be true, and then this is either going to be results. If true, we want it to be a custom button. Say computer choice. Then we'll pass in the same thing. So we'll say image equals image Good. Okay. And computer choice, if true, yeah, if false, show that. And then this is string or no. Interesting. Okay. Do that. So that should work. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Yay! Okay, awesome. Maybe it's a little bit too long, but that worked. So then we are now showing results, and then I guess we could have done this in a separate component as well. No, I think doing it in this component makes sense. Does it? Yeah, that works because the use effect works. And then yeah, so then we'll just put in the play again here. So you gonna pass in, gonna set the result here. Set const result, set result, oops, result. Did I call it result in here too? Okay. We're gonna pass result here. And we're going to display, oh, we're gonna say result, oh, result is a string or null. Result, and then we'll say result, and then we'll have a button that says play again. I'll say, oops, let's zoom in here. And this is only going to show if show results. Yeah, okay. So this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, house picked. Play again. Okay, cool. So yeah, we need to set the text. So set user points. Instead, we'll say set result to be you win. Is it just you win? Yep, that's it. You win. All right, we'll change this to be a string. You win. You win. I could have just done this. Yep, you win. I will say it's a tie, and then we'll say house wins. Oops. Oh yeah, house. Oops, okay. Good. Yes, that works. House wins, and then, yeah, that should work. So that's, I should change this to like 3 seconds, but anyway. House wins. All right, let me style this up a little bit. Step 2. Six bold. $800. Okay, good. And then now with the on click of the button, we want it to reset to this state. So we need what this is determined whether user selection equals null. User selection equals null. So then we want to set user selection. Set user selection. Set user selection. Oops. And then on click. Set user selection to be null. Oh, should import it. That would be useful. Okay, good. So let's try it. Okay, that logic's not working, but let's click play again, but it does reset. All right, so we got a couple things to fix up there. If user selection, it's a tie. We're console logging user selection, console logging computer selection. Let's see, and then I'm gonna lower this because this takes a while. Let's do 2 seconds just so we can test it. All right, refresh. House wins, correct. I win, correct. House wins, correct. I win, that's correct. Okay, let me see what happens. It's a tie. It's a tie. Okay, maybe it just wasn't working last time. House wins. Yeah, see this. Y is when it's paper. And It's paper, computer selection. Ah, at one point it was scissors. I'm not quite sure how to solve for that, so that might just be something we have to live with. Let's see. Also the score. That style is not correct. Let's go back to the header. Okay. And then we'll say okay. Adding. Okay, cool. So let's play. Let's go tie. Play again. House wins. Wait, no. House picked paper. Ah, but at some point the house picked rock. That's why I want it to just trigger when we pass it in. Actually, what if I do it in here? I wonder if that will work. Paper, computer chose rock. Yes, it works. Rock. No! It keeps the rock, but now it's showing paper. What if I... Oh, maybe I should make it null. Yeah, because it starts off as null. Declare winner. Set computer selection. Set user selection. Set computer selection. And then set computer selection to null. All right, let's try this again. paper, scissors. That's correct. Okay, and they're both null now. House wins. Yes, that's correct. House wins. House wins. Computer selection, scissors. User selection, rock. No, but I should win. Selection, rock, computer selection. So that's just a logic issue at this point. Let me look at the logic. If user selection, rock, and computer selection equals scissors, result, scissors. I spelled scissors, right? If user selection equals scissors. I'm not sure. Should be a tie. Weird. Why is it saying the house wins? Is it? Oh, maybe I have to. Do I have to reset the result too? I think that's the issue. I'm being silly. Right, so from now it already has a decision. It's a tie, and then it changes to house wins, which is correct. But now, okay, so it's saying it's a tie again. Pick scissors. It goes back to the original result. House wins. So where are we? We're declaring the winner. Maybe I'm calling that in the wrong place. Maybe I need to call it here. Let's try that. Yeah, let's try that. Declare winner. And also reset the results. Excuse me. All right, let's say declare winner should be in here. So we get computer selection. I'm going to do 2 set timeouts. Set timeout. Declare winner. Can I pass that? Just a quick 500. And then I pass. Declare winner. Declare winner. All right, let's try that now. Yes, that's right. Yes, that's right. No, that's wrong. Oh, jeez. I think it's because, okay, so it's not resetting result. Oh, goodness. This is a lot of prop drilling. I should probably move a lot of this around. Or it's an empty string. What does it start off as? Yes. No. Result. Paper, rock. Result is house wins. It's something to do with the logic, and I'm just not seeing it. That's correct, though. In that case, that's right. No, in that case, that's not right. Okay, so when it gets down here, what is user selection? But no, we have what user selection is, right? Like, we see it right there. This is a scenario where user selection equals scissors and computer selection equals paper. Maybe could we do it without strict equals? But I wonder if there's just gonna match on. I'm not sure why this isn't working. It's some kind of like race condition where I'm just calling things in the wrong order. Const reset game. I'm just going to try and optimize a few things and see if that helps at all. So I'm going to move all of these into one called reset game. I'm just going to pass that instead of prop drilling, like 3 of these. Now, this is another important thing to do, just to clean up. Like if you're messing around and trying to figure out how something works, just clean up your components once you've sort of figured out what you need to do. What do we use result? We actually have a show result. Actually, I'm not really sure why this is in here. Because we pass in user selection and computer selection. I guess it's because otherwise we'd have to prop drill it. Let me try doing this. I'm gonna create a new folder called utils. And I'm gonna bring this into there and see if that makes any kind of difference. It's gonna say selection, computer selection, set result, and set user points and user points. Okay, we'll export that. And then, how do we declare the winner? Okay, and a use effect. No. What's all of these? All right, let's see if this works. I don't know if this is gonna work. Yeah, because then it never... They didn't do any of the console logging. It didn't work. All right. Bring that back. If you know the answer to the problem, feel free to comment down below. I'm going to give this 5 more minutes and then we're going to end it if we can't figure it out. And I'll post what the real solution was. Okay, see, that works. But it's just because it's defaulting to the 5th option. I wonder if we change it to a switch. Oh, this is silly, but I wonder if it would work. Okay. That would be really silly if that worked. Yeah, no, it's something in the data. Paper null. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Ah, okay. There we go. We're getting an answer now. So the second response is always no. Oh, that's so interesting. So why is it that's null? Because we're getting computer selection. Like, it's literally right there. But within... Oh, that's so interesting. All right, so what if this has to take in comp select? Like that's just a requirement. Okay, and then we'll say computer selection. Yeah, okay. Comp select string. Good. And then computer selection. String. Okay. Oh, no, hold on. Okay. Now let's try it. Still no. You know, this all broke when I decided to get, I decided to move where we call the get computer selection. What if I put this back in here? What if we just do that first? The body of a function. Oh, whoops. I put it in the wrong place. There we go. Okay, so we have the computer selection. It's a tie. All right, that works. But the house didn't pick anything. Oh, I already have that there. My bad. Let's see if that works. Why is it always the same? Okay, there we go. Good. Good. Yes. Okay. I'm satisfied that that is now working. Whew, that took a lot. And it was totally unnecessary. All right. If I... You know what? Well, I just don't like this dynamic. Let me just run it one more time with comp select. Or can I just run it now that I've changed it? Like, right? Yes. 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 Okay, that seems to be working. Okay, I'm satisfied that that is working as expected. So I'm gonna clean this up a little bit. So we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of comp select. Take it out of here. We don't need it anymore. And it's good to, as I said, just clean this stuff up when you realize you don't need it anymore. So this is going to get the first result. Get the first computer selection when game loads. Gets all subsequent computer selections. Excuse me. All right. All right, cool. So yeah, it did get a little bit messy. Some of these I could actually export to a util. So like this, I'm gonna move into my utils here. This one I could also move. But yeah, overall, I'm pretty content with that. It did take a little bit longer than I thought, but seems to be working as expected. So yeah, we used not the best algorithm in the world, but we used this function to determine whether or not the user was the winner or the computer was the winner. We realized we had an error with it just because we weren't actually checking whether or not the result from the computer was being passed in time, and really it just wasn't being passed to the function in the correct timing. So that was the issue there, but we just needed to call it at a different point in order for that to work correctly. So once we got that, we passed that to our game, and then now when we click on our rock, paper, scissors, they load correctly and we get correct results. The only thing I might wait to do is like display the points. I noticed that the points were updating prior to the I wonder if, or no, if I just put them together, I wonder if that works. The points were updating prior to the game actually being called, which wasn't great, because then you know if you won or not. Like, that works. I seem to always win at this game. Now that we changed it, there's no losing. Okay, no, they just win. All right, cool. So that seems to work. Today, we're going to be building this entertainment web app. If you're new here, hi, my name's Zoe. I'm a software engineer and former university professor who loves teaching folks how to code. If you're interested in learning how to code and potentially starting a career as a front-end web developer, check out that first link in the description below. It's our link to our very affordable bootcamp. But without further ado, let's hop into day 30 of the challenge. All right, so as I mentioned, we're going to be building this entertainment web app. Now, as you can see, there are a couple of tabs on the side here. It shows you, the trending movies, what is recommended for you, etc., etc. And then when you click on each of the tabs, you can actually go into the different sections. So you can see, the home page, you can see the movies tab, the TV tab, and then there's even a bookmark tab. So we're going to attempt to put in all of those different tabs today. And then there's also that search feature that you can see highlighted here. So you search for whatever movie you want and then it shows up. So that's what we're going to be working on today. Let's jump into it. The design, if you do want to follow along, is one of the premium designs from Front-End Mentor, but if you do want to make a portfolio piece, this is a really great one. You can actually, set up a local API, fetch the data from that API if you want to do that. There are a lot of opportunities to sort of really take this project to the next level. So I would definitely recommend, again, if you can afford it, if it makes sense for you, signing up for Front-End Mentor and having this as one of your portfolio pieces. If you do want to follow along exactly with the starter kit that I set up, I'll link that down below as well as the design, but we're going to be using Material UI, Next.js, and TypeScript. So this is the base of the app, which when you get it up and running, and so we're going to go from there. We're also going to be using Redux and we'll potentially be using Redux or Zustand, some sort of state management for the bookmarking. So let's get started. First thing, I'm just going to clear out these sort of basic styles. And then I'm going to create a folder called components. Now, looking at our design here, let's take a look here. We definitely have some sort of like navigation bar here on the side. And then we definitely have all of our movies here in the middle. So I think that's how we're going to be doing that there. I've gone ahead and dropped in all the assets that they provide to you once you do download the challenge from Front-End Mentor. So I have all the images there to work with that. So I think we're going to probably start with the nav, make the search and then start to populate all of the movies. I think that's probably the best way forward. And another thing that we'll want to think about here is how are we doing the routing? Like is each tab a new route, like /movies, /TV, /bookmarks, or are we just simply changing the component? I think that's something important to think about as we talk about and architect our design. I think it's probably a good idea to do the routing, like using Next's router. So the way we can do that actually is by creating new folders and new files. It's a pretty straightforward way of doing routing. So if I create a new folder and I call it movies, and then I create a new file within that folder and call it page.tsx. If I create a page here and I just say movies, when I go over to my app here and I go to /movies, it actually takes me to that page. So that's one of the ways that we can do the routing with this, which I think could be pretty cool. So let's start with that, and then we'll build on that concept. So we'll start with the home page though, because that's the one we're working with right now. So this is our home desktop page. So as I said, we're gonna need this nav, which is gonna be a constant between all of our pages. So let's create that first. So new file, nav.tsx, and box. And let's see what this has in it. So it has the home, I guess, is that how we know we're on the right page? Okay, so that's just red. And then we have the 4 of those. And then we have our avatar at the bottom there. Okay, pretty straightforward. Let's take a look at our assets. Asset, movie, icon search, logo. Let's try, I think it's probably the logo. So we'll go image, source equals, copy relative path, oops. And then alt equals logo, height 16, or let's do height 20, width 20. We'll save that. And we have the nav, and then these 4 logos there. So I'll make a box here, and we'll say, I think these are also going to be 16 by 16. Okay, and we'll do one there, and then this is going to be icon nav. Oh, there's icon nav home. What is the logo? Let's see what that looks like. Oh, I didn't put it in there. That's why we can't see it. Let's put it in our navigation. And I might actually end up putting this in on the layout page. We'll see. /movies. Oh, and it's not /movies. It's the home page. Okay, so we have, yeah, that's the correct one there. Okay, so we have our logo. We have home. This is going to be home, movies, TV, series, and bookmark. Cool. So those are our 4 icons there, and we'll display those in a flex box. Column, let's save that there. Cool, looking pretty good. And then we need our avatar at the bottom there, so that'll be our final image here. And that'll be outside of this box. That'll be image avatar.png. We'll save that. Cool. Awesome, we have our icons there. Let's look at the colors now. So it looks like this grayish blue is going to be the background color. So we'll set that there. Save that. Cool. Oh no, actually that's not the right color. That is the color of the icons. So maybe it's this semi-dark blue instead. Okay, that looks better. Yeah, and then I think this is the color for the background of the actual website, like the actual fully background. So I think we'll do the body and HTML. We'll set the background color to be this, so that we just have that handled. Perfect. Okay, cool. And then the nav now, we're gonna go back here. We're gonna say width is going to be, let's say 10 view width. Even that might be a lot. Maybe we'll go with 5 view width, and then we'll add in some padding. We'll say display flex direction column, and then justify content space evenly. And then we should probably set a height as well. Height will be 100 view height, possibly, maybe 98. Let's take a look at the design. Yeah, no, it's pretty much the full height, but not quite. I think we're gonna go with maybe 95 view height. And I'm also gonna get rid of this home piece there. Cool. And then on the main page, I think what I'll do here, I'll say display flex. That's going to be the nav, and then this section. So I'll say align items to the center. I'll save that. And then height 100%, or height 100 view height, and we'll say overflow hidden. Do we want overflow hidden? I think we will want to scroll, actually, so we'll leave that for now. I think maybe I'll set that's the thing. I don't actually want, because we're going to want to show all the movies essentially, so let's leave that for now. We need to set our border radius on this. Let's go with 1 rem. Save that. And oh wait, then we should align items to the center. Okay, good. And I don't know if space around is the right one. I think, let's do this. Let's wrap these in a box. We'll say space between. All right. Add in some padding as well. Good. I think that logo on the bottom, this needs to be bigger. Also, it needs a border. Save that. Okay, cool. I'll say border radius. Good, awesome. And then yeah, now I want to separate these guys here. So this box, I'm going to say display flex direction column. Let's say height. Let's say 20 view height. Not more than that. Let's say 30 view height. And then we'll say justify content space between. Good. And then with these now, we'll do the same thing. We'll say justify content space between. We'll give it a height of 10 view height. Maybe 20. that looks not too bad. I think pretty decent. It's a little wide. Width maybe 3 view width. Give it a little bit of a margin left of 1 rem. Cool, and that looks pretty decent for now. At a margin top of 1 rem. Or we could just say margin 1 rem. Cool, that looks pretty decent. I'm pretty content with that. The next thing I want to do now, I actually want to go ahead and, yeah, I think we're going to make these nav links. I'm going to actually go ahead and wrap these in links and give them an href. Or no, sorry, this is slash home, and then the rest will be slash movies, slash TV, slash bookmarks. I'll save that. Cool. So now they are actual links. I could also wrap them in a button so that they changed there. I could also see if I could target the color and say, you know, change the color when they on hover. Yeah, those are a couple style optimizations that we can get to at the end. Right now, I want to make sure that we are focusing on actually building it out effectively. All right, so yeah, when I click on this, I should be here. If I click on this, I go to movies, which we see I'm at movies. I'm also going to go ahead and change the styles to, oh no, it's already on dark mode, so we're good there. I think, yeah, the nav is pretty set for now. We can leave that alone. That's a good MVP for the nav. The next thing we want to do here now is create this like middle section here. So it's going to be 3 different elements. It's going to be the search. It's going to be this like trending carousel, and then basically the recommended for you I'm going to take as the rest of the movies. I'm not sure that they actually gave, well actually let's check our data. Let's see if they gave us a recommended for you. No, they did not give us is recommended as a prop, so I'm going to assume they just want us to show all of the available sort of films for that. So yeah, let's do the search next. So I'll create a new, and the search is going to live across our, across each page. So I'm actually just going to create like a universal kind of component there. So we'll do the search, and then we'll say box, and then we'll say, and as I'm thinking here, I'm wondering if I should just move this to the layout folder, if that would work. I think this layout might only apply, let's test it. Let's say div, hi. So it's on this page, but is it on slash movies? Oh, it is. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so let's put the nav here. Let's put the nav, theme provider, children. Yeah, let's put the nav here rather than on the home page. So that way it's on every page. Perfect. Yeah, let's do that. And we're going to do the same thing with the search. So we'll put the search on the layout page as well. That way, oops, search. Yeah, that way we don't need to put it in every single component. And I'm wondering if this, yeah, can wrap like that. And, oh, it's complaining here. Actually, this is going to be a client component. I'm pretty sure. Okay, great. So yeah, we have our beginnings of a search. And search. I'm not even seeing it right now. Oh, there it is at the bottom there. I think what we need to do with our layout is actually create a box here, and then let's say import box from @movie/material/box, and then here we're going to say display flex. And so yeah, there we go. We have our search on the side there. I think we can actually just add in the margin here, margin of 1 rem. So we have that all around the app there. We can remove that margin we added to our nav. Here it is, remove that. And then we can say justify content space between. That'll center that in that section. So yeah, we'll start with that. Next, so we have our search. The search, as I said, is going to be this text field. I believe it is from Material UI, so we'll say text field. And then I think if we have icon search, yes we do. We'll use this search icon here. We'll use that. Alt equals search. Search icon. Height 20. Width 20. We'll save that. And then we'll say okay, and then search for movies or TV series will be the placeholder. Okay, we'll say align items center. Good, and then this will get pushed up once we have our other stuff in there, and then we'll say the width is like 85 view width. Good, and then the width of this like 80 view width. Good, and then we'll say target the border, none. Border transparent. No, I think we'll probably have to target the specific border there, so we'll leave that for the time being. Search movie series. Then we say test. Okay, well, it shows up there. All right, cool. So that's good for now. We're gonna have to come back and actually implement that, but that's fine for the time being. The next thing we want to do is to create this like movie component that is going to be used. So if we zoom in here, we have this like movie card, or just movie. Well, actually, it's not just movies and TV series. So we'll say whatever it is. We just have, we'll say content card. That's what I'll call it, content card, which has the thumbnail, a bookmark, etc., the year, the type, etc., etc. So let's create that. We'll say new file, content card.tsx, and this is definitely going to be a client component because we need to work with that bookmarking. And so for the card is going to appear in a lot of different places. It's going to appear in the trending now section and also the recommended for you section. So if we start by making this trending now section on the home page, new file, trending.tsx, and that's going to be here, trending. Good. And does it show up? Not seeing. Oh, there it is. Okay, perfect. So, oh, okay, that's a good point. The layout page, we have the nav on one side, but then we have, this is the second side. This is like, the search actually falls in line with those two. Yes, exactly. All right. So the search, also I'll make it a little bit wider. Okay. Yeah, so for the trending now. Trending is going to start with this header. So, box, we'll say typography. Typography. We'll say color is white. And the size is 32. 2 round. I should say trending. And the font weight is light, so font weight, let's try 400 or 200. There we go. Cool. So we have trending there. And then that's going to display a few different cards. We'll also have the recommended section. And I'm building these out basically to be able to display what we're working on, being the content card. Import those two. We'll say recommended for you, and then we're going to display the cards. So here now I'm going to go ahead and import data from data. Good. And then for each of these, we're going to say data.map. For each item, we want to go ahead and return a content card. The item.id. Do we have IDs for these? Oh, we do not have IDs. I think that is something we want to have in there. So we'll say or actually, do we need IDs? Let's leave it for now, and if we do need IDs later, we can add them in, because that seems a little bit of a... No, I think we should have... maybe we could use the title as the ID. I think the title should be unique. So we'll say title. We'll do that for now, but if that doesn't work, we can use IDs for sure. But just because they didn't put it in there, it would be a bit of a lift to show that. So we'll say interface props, and that's going to take in all of these. So title, string, thumbnail, trending, small and large, regular, small, medium, large. String, 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 number, string, string, boolean, boolean. Cool. So we have that, and then we'll import these. So we'll say title, thumbnail, year, year, category, rating, is bookmarked, is trending. And that will be the type of props. Oops, title. There we go. Cool, so we have that, and why is it giving us an error? Thumbnail not trending are incompatible between these types. Oh, I guess if it's not trending, it doesn't necessarily have that, so I guess we can make that optional. Thumbnail trending. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so the next thing we want to do here is we want to grab the background. So it's going to be the background here. Or no, it's not going to be the background of the whole thing. It's going to be an image, although I think it's going to tell me image can't have children. So we'll have a box, and then we'll say and that'll be the second box for the text. So the first box, we're going to say source equals background image equals, it's going to be thumbnail.regular, I'm going to guess .large, but I'm not sure. So we'll say thumbnail.regular.large. And that's not source. Thumbnail.regular.large, and then the size. Oh, and this is definitely going to be a. We'll see. Actually, we'll see. It might take in SX props. I'm not sure yet. So we'll have that. The size of the box equals width is 100%, height 100%, or we'll say background size 100%. Let's try that. And then, yeah, let's see if that shows up yet. No, okay. And then we'll have a little bookmark icon inside. So we'll say image source equals icon. Oh, they have two. Okay, we'll do the empty for now, and then we'll have to use that full one. Alt equals bookmark icon, height 16, width 16. We'll save that. And then not in trended. Oh, we should put recommended into the page. I think that's probably the issue there. So trended, we have recommended. Recommended for you. Awesome. Okay, cool. So we're getting our bookmarks there. Okay, cool. And then for this, flex direction should be column. Cool. And with recommended, oh yeah, we still do need that typography element. Recommend. Where did I put that? I wrote that. Recommended. Oh, I think I wrote over it. Okay. Recommended for you. All right, cool. Oh, I wrote this in the typography element. That's why. I was like, I know I did this. All right, so cool. Recommended for you. Go back to the page here. Align items. Center. Flex start. Yeah, that's where we want it. And then I think each of these just needs some more margin. Some top and bottom margin, possibly. Oh, we'll work that out, but okay, so in recommended now, we're getting each of these content cards, and then I'll put this in a box, and we'll say display flex, flex wrap, wrap. We'll save that. Good. All right, so we have our recommended for you. Let's hop back to our content card. So we have that image, and then I want to give it a border radius. Save that. And we're not seeing, oh, you know what it is? It needs to be URL. Oops. There we go. That should do it. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So we have that. I think we're going to give it an actual size. So we'll say height is and let's make it percentage based. Let's say 20 view height, and width is 20 view width. Should be, yep, that's a pretty good ratio right there, and it's wrapping at the right space, so that works well for us. Going back to recommended now, we'll say display flex wrap. We'll say justify content space between, and then I think we need a little bit of, okay, so yeah, now this has pushed it to the side, so I think we need some margin here on the page. Margin. Good. And I think I'll do the same thing on the search. We'll say margin. Top. Okay. And then with the cards, I think we want to say margin. Top, bottom. Give that a margin there. Cool. So that's not looking too bad there. I think the next thing I want to do is fix where that bookmark icon is. So we'll say position relative. We'll say right 0. No, it doesn't seem. Or we could say display flex. We could say justify content, flex, end. Good. And then we'll give it some padding. We'll say 1 rem of padding. Let's do 18. And then the, oh yeah, this has like a little background color. I don't feel that as the background color. Let's hop over here and see if we can grab it. Or maybe it's dark blue, but at a very, yeah, the opacity is probably what we want to tweak. Okay, let me still grab it from the page. So I want to grab the RGB and use that. So we'll say for the image here, we'll say style equals background color. Oops, color. It's going to be this, but with an A, and then we're going to say 0.25. Cool, that looks pretty good. And then we'll say padding 1 rem. And then we'll say border radius. Interesting. Or I could wrap it around it. There we go. That looks pretty good. So yeah, we'll leave that as our bookmark. So that is set. Next thing we need now are these text pieces down here. So we have, this is our box with our background image. It's going to go in this box. So we're going to say typography. And then it's going to be the year. Is it year? We have, and I'm gonna actually just grab the styles for this right now. So it's pure white, but it's definitely not pure white because it looks as if it's a little bit faded. So I think we're gonna apply the same RGB logic there. And we're gonna say font size is 13 pixels. And we're gonna say color, color is RGBA. What is it? 111 1. Oh, reverse that. 000 000 1. Oh, 255. Totally in the wrong ballpark. Okay, cool. So we're seeing that. I think we're going to probably go 0.5. That looks pretty close. And that's what we'll use for our options here. All right. And so then we have the year, we have the category, and then we have the rating, I believe that would be rating. Yep. And then we want a little image here. And the source is going to be category equals movie, question mark. If yes, we want the source to be icon category movie. If no, we want the source to be icon category, oops, not that one, icon category TV. We'll put that in there, save that, and then alt equals icon, height 16, width 16, we'll save that. Cool, and then these, so these first three actually need to be wrapped in their own box. We'll say flex, align items center, and then between. We're also going to set a width of 40%. Good. And then I'm going to give this icon margin right 1 rem. Maybe 0.5 rem. Okay. And then what else do we need? Oh, it's too small, so 50%. And then we need like a box. It's gonna be this. These are these little dots that they have there. That, I'll say height. .5 rem, and then we'll say border radius 1 rem. Cool, we have these little dots. I think we're going to 2.5 rem. Cool. And drop one of those after each section. Perfect. And then display flex, align item center. Align items center. And I think we'll just make it a little bit wider. Oops. Make that maybe 60%. 55%. Yeah, that looks pretty decent. So I'm content with that. So that's this box here. And then we want this box. We want one more typography element here, and that is going to be the title. So it's going to be heading 18. Font size. And then font weight will be maybe 600. And that'll be the title. Cool. Looks pretty good. I think maybe we want a little bit more margin between, and I think this might be a little too thick. No, 600 was right. We want a little bit more margin between each film, TV, each piece of content, I should say. So we'll just add in a little bit there. Just for content. And then this box, this larger, oh no, that's not what it is. I'm putting the margin on the wrong place. That's what it is. I want to say, yeah, leave some space there. Cool. So that looks good. I'm pretty content with that. I think the recommended needs some margin. Where did we add that? We added that on the home page. Let's add 2 rem there instead. Oh, that wouldn't work. That still wouldn't work. Okay, we'll go back to trending. Okay, might change that. Actually, probably will change that. Okay, good. Yeah, I might change that, but that looks decent for now. So we have our different recommended options. So recommended, as we said, is just a list of all the movies. We don't really have a recommendations API. What we do want to do, though, is get the movies, the TV, the bookmarks. Well, I haven't made those routes yet, but that's what we want to create for the next piece. So let's do that. So hopping over to movies, it's pretty straightforward what we want to build here. So we want to use the same header style. I'm going to say H1 is going to have all of these. Yes. Good. And I think we'll just set these to be H1s. Let's see if that works. Good. All right. Do the same thing with trending. This way we don't have to keep copying and pasting styles because we do need to do 2 to 3 more pages. Close that. Close recommended. Close the theme for now. What we want here now is the movies. And this, again, is just going to display our movies. So we'll say box. And then we'll say typography. Put one of those. And movies. Then we want to go ahead, once again, import data from oops, not slash data slash data. And we want to say the data dot map. And actually, I'm wondering if this should be new file. We'll say content container, where I'm actually going to take this and make it into the container just so that if we have to make any changes, they're going to be consistent. Set props, and then I'm going to change this to be a content container. Import that. Cool. So we'll do that there, and then here I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just going to hit content container, because part of this is also we want to make it neat. We want to build it quickly, but we want to make it neat at the same time. So it's important to sort of clean it up wherever we can. And then we'll say data.map for each item, or for each movie, or for each item. We want to go ahead and return a content card where we pass in all of the item. And then the key, is the item dot title. I'll save that. Now, the tricky piece here is actually we want to filter this content. So actually what I'm going to do, I'm going to say const movies equals data, data dot, does data is an array, data dot filter for each item, where item dot category equals movies. Is it movie or movies? Let's look at the data. TV. TV series, movie. Okay, equals. And so then instead we're going to map over movies. I'm going to just change this to movie just to be semantic. And variant equals H1. We'll go with that. So if we go to movies, awesome. So we just have all of our movies here, and that works perfectly. Perfect. So that looks good to me. These are all movies. Yeah, they're not movies, so that works. And then I think the only thing I want to change here is just the page. It looks like, yeah, we did new file, again, page container. Just to make life easier, copy and paste these styles so that if we want to make any changes to a page, oops, we just make it once. Good, and then it takes in children, and children of React code. Say props, and then we'll say import box from box. And then we'll go back here and I'll just change this box to a page container. And then we'll do the same thing here. We'll just say page container and import that. Good. And yeah, that way it's easy to see. It's easy to, maintain the same style. So when you go back between home and movies, they're the same in terms of style. So we have those two, and then we want to just do the same thing for TV. So we'll say new file, new folder, because we're making a new route. We'll say TV. And then new file. It needs to be a page.tsx file if you're working with React, if you're working with Next.js. I'm just going to copy and paste all of that in there and change this to TV, or shows, TV series, I believe is the key, and we'll say shows for each show. And then we'll say, what does it want us to say here? TV series. Okay. And so now if we go to TV, should have the same magic. Perfect. Just a bunch of TV series. We do want to sort of deal with that there. I think that is in which container is that? That's the content container. Display flex route. Should I say align items flex? No, but it should be flex start by default. What is it? Space. It's because it's space between, isn't it? Okay, we'll leave that alone for now. And then the last one is going to be new folder, but this one's going to be different. We'll say bookmarks, new file page.tsx. And then this one, we want some of the same styles. So I'm going to borrow this still. Oops. Good. Change this to bookmarks. And now for bookmarks, we want to filter for the data, through the data, and say if it is bookmarked. Now, as far as I understand, is bookmarked is going to be false. Oh no, it's true for some of them already, actually. So I guess we can do that. We can say data.item is bookmarked equals is true. We'll say bookmarks. So I guess this is more of a display than an interactive component, but we can make it interactive if we want. We can say, oh, and they have it by movies and TV series. That's different. So we'll say bookmarks equals that. And we'll say bookmarks. So we'll say bookmarked movies. And we'll say const bookmarked movies equals bookmarks dot filter. So we'll just filter it again for each bookmark. We want to say if bookmark dot category equals movies. So we'll have bookmark movies, and then we'll have bookmarked series or bookmarked shows. And so we'll say TV series. And so then we'll have these two. We'll say bookmarked TV series. We'll say bookmarked movies, and we'll have bookmarked shows. All right, so we'll say shows, or show. We'll say show. We'll save that. Looks good. And then, yeah, that should be it. And then we want to go ahead and look at that on our bookmark page. So we hooked it up right. Oh, no, wait, bookmark movies. Oh, movie. There we go. So we have our bookmark movies and we have our bookmark TV series. So looking pretty good there. The other thing that we want to do is, if is bookmarked is true, we want to display the other bookmark thumbnail. So for this one here, we'll say is bookmarked. Oops, is bookmarked. If it's true, we want to display, sorry, this full copy relative path. That's what we want to show. Cool. So if it's bookmarked, we want to show that there. Looks pretty good. I don't know if we want to do justify content space between for these. It's kind of bothering me now. So for this content container, I think, yeah, that looks much better. So we'll just ignore that. Okay, so yeah, I'm pretty content with that right now. The next section I want to work on is the trending, and I want to work on the filter and the search, or same thing. So looking at the trending. So trending actually is going to follow a very similar pattern, except the card is going to be a little bit different. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually create a trending card. So I'll say new file. We'll say trending card. And let's look at the similarities and differences between that and the regular card. It's pretty close to the regular card, but there are some key differences. I think what we can do is say new file content text and make that its own component. So if I go to the content card and I come down here to this section here, this section can kind of live in its own world. So we import all of these. Import the image. Right. Take in year, title, category, rating. Take those in. Year, number, I think. Title, string, category, string, oops, string, rating, string. And then, oh, there we go. we use that, and then instead of this, we have content text. We pass in year, title, rating, category. Then we have that. Cool. So then we can show content text down there if it's a content card. So if it's a content card, we show the text down there. If not, we want to show it in here within the box. So I guess if is trending is true, but no. Or do we want to not show the trending in the recommended for you? That might be the key there, because I don't actually, let's take a look. Yeah, are they repeated? No, they're not repeated, actually. That's an important distinction. So we can say, what we really want to do here is say const, not here, sorry. We want to do this in recommended. We want to say const recommended. Do they have a recommended? No, they don't, right? Yeah. So we'll just say const recommended equals data dot filter for each item where the item dot is trending equals false. So we want to just show the recommended cards here. And then conversely, on the trending card, on the trending section, sorry, we want to have import data from @data where is trending equals true. So that's the difference in the data there. Then we want to map through and show the content. So we'll take this again, the content container, and say we'll say trending. And we'll import that, cool. So right now we have it in the style of the content card. I think what we need to do is now change it. So if is trending is true, is trending, then we want to show the content text within this box and pass in all those properties. Okay, good. And then here we want to say not is trending. Good. And then this is going to be dealing with this box here. So we have the background image. Everything is displayed just by content flex end. We have one box and then we have a second box. So if is trending is true, then we want it to be flex direction equals is trending is true. We want it to be column. Else we want it to be row. Let's start there. Okay. Are we getting that? There we go. And then is trending is true. We want to say space between. Okay. And then for this box, we want to say align self flex end regardless. Oh no, not regardless. Is trending is true. Flex end, otherwise what flex start. Cool. And that's pretty much it. I'm pretty much, yeah, that looks pretty good. I think we have the basic design sorted out. So now let's work on the searching, the filtering, and all of that important stuff. All right, so yeah, as far as the filtering goes, we basically want to filter through whichever set of data we have based on what the user is typing into the search bar. So for that, what we're gonna need to do, let's hop back over. I think we're gonna end up having to pass down the data. That's probably what's gonna happen. How should we handle this? Maybe we can set a filter property. I think we need to set up our Redux store. I think that's the next step. So let's set up the store here. And then we'll say new file store.ts, and hopping into Redux. Just go ahead and check out their documentation. I think we do their TypeScript quick start. Yeah. Just gonna borrow these. And I'm gonna say new file, and this is going to be, let's say, I'm wondering if I should make multiple slices. I think that might be the best way. So we'll say filter.ts, and then we'll say import filter reducer from dot/filter. Oh, and I should have named that filter slice. Filter slice. We'll say filter reducer. And honestly, this could be something that would be done with Zustand or something more straightforward. But because I also want to add the bookmarks to it, I'm just starting off by doing it with Redux. But again, you can use whatever you want. I do find Redux fairly straightforward, but there could be possibly a more straightforward way of doing it as well. Okay, so we'll bring that, and then we'll copy this for the filter. So yeah, the filter is going to be really basic. Const value is a string. And value is initially nothing. Name is going to be filter. Okay. And then we should pretty much only have one thing here. And why is this map? ./store. Filter. We don't actually use the selector, to be honest. Okay, so for the filter, we want to set the filter state.value. Actually, I might just change the value to filter. State.filter will be equal to action.payload. And that's pretty much it, I think. So going back to, oh, and we also need to go ahead and wrap the app in the provider, otherwise none of this is going to work. So let's go back to our layout. I'm going to just say provider from React Redux. everything in that, and we'll get the, whoops, store. I think we actually need to no, it's exported from store. Okay, cool, cool, cool. So, assuming we've done this correctly, we should be able to get the filter in the search here. We should be able to set it here. So what I want to do in the search now is I want to say const. I want to import dispatch first of all, our typed dispatch hook. And again, if you're using TypeScript, you have to it's easier if you use the typed hooks, but if you're not using TypeScript, then you can kind of do whatever, not whatever you want, but you can do it in the way that suits you. And so then with a text field, we're going to say on change. We're going to say we're going to say set, what is it? Set filter. And we're going to say dispatch set filter to be e.target.value, and I believe that is the correct thing I'm targeting there, right? So if we're doing it correctly now, I want to go on to one of my pages. Let's just go on to the main page, and we'll say, actually, let's go on to the main page, because we're gonna have to filter on every page. So let's see, if I search on the main page, it gets rid of everything. So the search is actually going to be here. I'm going to say const. I'm going to actually turn this into a client component. So say use client. We'll say const filtered search equals use app selector. And we're going to say state. It's going to be state.filter.filter. And that's going to be the filter, and I'm just going to console.log the filtered search. So what I'm expecting to happen here is when I go ahead and I go to the search, refresh, it's telling me about the layout page here because I've brought in the provider. So I'm going to say use client, save that. Cool. Yeah, so what I'm expecting to happen here is when I go ahead and search, it's just going to console log what I'm typing. So if I type in, this is a search, we get that. So that is exactly what we want to happen. So then now, going back here, we want to say, we want to build out this piece here. So this is a home page search. So there's going to be, let's close out this. If and actually I can do filter. So we want to say if filter is just the empty string, so there's nothing to filter by, we want to show this. So we'll say filter equals string, show that, right? Oops. But if not, we want to go ahead and show this. So we want to say, we want to basically show a results page. So I'm going to go ahead and create another file. I'm going to say results. And actually what I want to see here is, are the results always the same? So I'm filtering for movies. Yeah, I think we can reuse this component, which would be really cool. All right, so let's start with that. I'm going to borrow the, I'm going to borrow this. Wrap it in a box. And then we want to go ahead and import content container. And now for the results, we want to take in the filter, right? So we want to say interface props filter is a string, filter props, and we want to say const filtered. We want to say const results equals. We also want to import data, so we'll say import data from data. We'll say data dot filter for each item where. And now this is where it gets tricky. It's like, how do we want to filter this? I'm gonna say this is results. Let's look at the data. Item.title, right? I think that's the only way to filter it. So item.title, data.filter, item.title. We want to say if item.title includes filter, I think then we can do that. Import content card. And that should give us the results. Item.title. And actually, I think I had this problem last time. I'm going to say const. No, that wouldn't work. Because I want, basically what I want to say is to lowercase dot includes. Oh, that might work. All right, let's try that, see if that works. So if I type in, let's say beyond Earth, so B, okay, no, we're not getting that. We're not getting anything. All right, so let's do some console logging and see where the issue's popping up. So say, I'll make sure I put on the, I didn't even put on the page yet. So that would be also why, and I'm not passing in the filter. So how would it know how to filter? All right, so we'll say filter equals filter. Sometimes the mistakes are really simple. I will say, all right, so beyond Earth, B-E-Y. Perfect. We're getting beyond Earth and no land beyond. So that looks pretty good to me. The one thing I'm not a fan of is the change in thing. It should be, they should all be of this style, right? Like if we just, yeah, they should all be of that style. So, two things. I want to say found results.length result for filter, change that title. We could say results. Okay, cool, that works. So we want that, but then also for the content card, I think we might have to pass in like a use is trending. Content. Okay, so with the trending, I think I want to pass in use is trending equals true. then that will just be in the trending section. So then for the content card, right, because we've already checked the is trending, rather than having this, we'll say use is trending, that'll be a boolean, and then we'll say use is trending, and then we'll say, and this will be an optional piece here. We'll say use is trending. Good. Oh, wait, no. Okay, keep that there. And then when I do my search, I said beyond. And then we'll say not use is trending. Okay, there we go. So then regularly it still shows it, beyond it shows it. Perfect. So I like that. That works for me. We don't end up using is trending in the same way, but that's fine. Okay, so those two, so the filter works essentially. So if we're searching for a movie, okay, well, it's not gonna be, if we're searching for the movie itself, Beyond Earth, we can find that. Then when we go to the movies, we want to be able to do the same thing here. So I think what we need to do is implement this on each page. So we'll say, so how we have it here, say filter because then we want to basically filter it based on that component, right? Like it's not just movies we're filtering for, we're filtering for that within the subset of the movies. So I'm wondering if I should add this to the page container. That might be better. So we say page container. How do we do this? Page container. If we do the whole thing there. Yeah, I think that's better. So let's copy this. Do that. We'll say on the page here, like that. Put this in here. We'll import the app selector. Import, and then this will be children. Children. And then we'll import results. And we'll make it a client component. And then we go back to the page here. Now we just have to worry about displaying these two. And that should work. So beyond, great. And then if I go to, and this is within movies. Oh no, but wait, hold on. Because now we want it to filter within the component as well. So I think, and this is getting really sort of specific. Like it's like now search for movies. We can say, I think we can grab the params, right? We can, I think if we go back, we can go next JS params. Yeah, we can grab the params. So we can say const use params. We're going to say use client because that's a hook. We'll say console.log. We'll say const params. Oops. Params equals use params. We'll console log the params. And so what I'm thinking here is that these change depending on which slash we're at, which route we're at, which slash, geez. Oh, maybe it's not params I'm looking for. Oh no, it's the route I want. Can I grab the route? Use path name. Yeah, that's what I want. I want path name, sorry, not params. Use path name. Save that. Okay, and then we're gonna log path name. Consistent path name, and then result. All right, so it's slash here, it's slash movies. Okay, cool. So if so basically the results need to change based on what path we're at. So for @/movies, we only want to filter movies. For @/TV, we only want to filter TV. For @/bookmarks, we want to filter bookmarks. So we're going to say const filter by path. And it's going to say switch on the path name. I'm going to say case /movies. And how do we do switch? I always screw up the switch syntax. Case movies, return data dot filter dot for item, where item dot category equals movie. Oops. And then say TV series. And then the last one is bookmarks. Data dot is bookmarked equals true. That's how we're gonna grab that last one. And then default return data. And so then we want to say filter by path dot filter item. And I think that should work. All right, so we're at /movies, right? We're just seeing movies here. Let's try searching just a letter A. We only should get, yes, we're only getting movie results. All right, so it seems to be working. TV, we're only getting TV results. Bookmarks, we're only getting bookmarked results. All right, so cool. The filter works. That's solid. And then here we're getting TV, bookmarked, non-bookmarked, doesn't matter. Great. Awesome, 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 awesome. So far, so good. I like how this is shaping up. Now, this is somewhere where you could pause with this project. You could stop and just like, you know, say, hey, I've got this thing that's displaying these pieces, or you could take it to another level. You can add in more pieces. So yeah, as I said, you can take this to another level if you want to take it to another level. You know, you can implement the bookmarking, you know, you can implement more of the hover states. You can definitely really go above and beyond and implement your Redux store. And I'd recommend trying that if you're interested in doing that, if that's something that you want to really, if this is a serious portfolio piece for you, I think you can definitely take this to another level. But I don't want to make this video too long. It is day 30 of the 30-day challenge. I really appreciate everybody for sticking around and watching all the videos up until this point. So if you like this video, please give it a like. If you want to see more content like this, feel free to subscribe down below. And if you want to see the other 29 videos in this series, follow along, build your own portfolio pieces, and add a whole bunch of new projects to your portfolio, I'll link the playlist up here so you can check those out. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye.